Test. Okay. Since there's no sound, I guess I will sing for you. No, I'm joking. I'm never gonna sing. Anyways, I'm looking on Twitter. I was bothering Reuters again for the sound. They're still telling me the same story because of the neighbors. Anyways, they think they are moving the cameras anyway now because of Israel invading Gaza, Rafah. So they are changing their blast for the cameras, adding new cameras. As we saw today, we have a new camera. Hi, Black Roses, Mamoko, Olerke, Bob L, my moderator Shash73, Lolo, everybody here. Anyways, this is on the screen right now. It's okay. I managed to put the sound also from the Windows capture. Okay. On the screen right now, it's the pier. They're preparing the USA for humanitarian aid to Gaza. You can see some photos of it here, how they progressing. We're gonna have the US diplomacy state briefing soon at 8 o'clock in about 5 minutes from now, if there's no delays, with Matthew Miller. Hello, Sticky Frog. How are you, my friend? Hello, Robin. President Reagan, and everybody else on the chat, and or everybody who is lurking, watching. At some point before, we were up to 950 people watching. Of course, with the new cameras, and then with the new camera from Rafah, we could see both angles of the explosions as they were happening. For sure, gonna have those cameras back tomorrow, maybe more. I don't know for the night. The latest I got from Reuters on the chat support, it's that they are, because of the invasion, they are moving cameras around, changing their plans. So probably they're gonna be adding more cameras or moving cameras around. Cyprus1Click, not Cyprus, Tommy, my moderator. Cyprus is a 3, you know that, right? Thank you, Tommy. Thank you, Tommy, my friend. Let me see what else I can get you from the Twitter. I showed before the map of how they're supposed to evacuate, moving from Gaza.
In the coming days, the amount of aid going into Gaza will continue.
Yeah, this is an old one. It's on April 28th. Okay. This is humanitarian aid moving from the Erez crossing. I put some sound. From the Erez crossing has been opened for entrance humanitarian aid for the first time since October 7, when it was raided by Hamas terrorists. 30 trucks of humanitarian aid, including food and medical supplies for the northern part of Gaza. We're gonna have a Israel Army briefing at 8:30. Just came up on the schedule on Reuters. We're gonna have the Hungary talking to us, Daniel Hungary, Israeli Army spokesperson Rear Admiral Daniel Hungary delivers a statement. Okay, that's at 8:30. I will set it up. I'll put it on the screen once we have it also. And also as a separate live stream, of course. For me, they already attacking around Rafah. They're getting in. So that's me. There's no truce deal. Even if it was, and I'm sure they will not. Or either way, they're pushing them for a deal faster by invading to Rafah, or Israel just decided it's not happening anyway, so they just continue with their plans. Why are you mentioning Associated Press, Bobby? I put the map on the screen from before. This is the last rocket alert we got in Kevim, Sapir College. Oops, not this one. That was the last rocket alert we got. This area. Looks like the briefing is starting. Let's see. Yeah, so let me put on the screen. Okay. Stop camera 5. Oh no, I put on camera 4. Okay, oh no, this is English.
Mr. Jackson, it's been nice that you moved over there from me. Okay, this is like shifting. And you are sitting next to your own other epic times, buddy. That's
So he's from our sister network.
yeah, I mean, sister or brother? I mean, my sister. Because you're cousin. Why sister? Why not cousin or brother or like? You know what I mean?
You should do stand-up comedy.
I think maybe that is something the last one of the last jobs left. الشيخ كل اللي خارج في العربية
في العربية بلده أو البلاد العربية؟ في المنطقة؟ الست بحرية مو يسكت
Saudi Arabia last 2 days
Reuters sets his part proposal.
right now.
Yeah. So basically, Reuters.
It's very good. They're happy, of course. They want what I thought is everybody. What is their name? Who is in the chair?
The Gulf states, oh, the Gulf states, see, that's a different animal. You can't include the situation with ours.
Yeah, but they're always concerned, politically speaking.
But, you know,
Scared, at least.
yeah. But Jordan, Lebanon, Palestine, Syria, Egypt. Yeah. The people are not good wherever you go. I mean, the economic situation of Lebanon. It's not.
At 8:30, less than half an hour, we're going to have the Admiral Daniel Hungary give us a speech, give us a statement. So I guess he will be in Hebrew. Yeah, it says not sure with Hebrew speech, so I will be translating to English on the live chat.
Israel's gonna Israel has not come 6 minutes ago.
They're going into Toronto. It's a done deal.
Too late.
You don't think what?
How are you?
They ignore us. Too late.
How are you? Good. Good. Not so bad. Yeah. So much? Nothing. No. They just issued the verdict of execution and there were, a lot of protests and nothing actually happened. Yeah. No, that was maybe, there is this
For them, I think it's okay.
thing that now that it was a local court that
It's okay. What do they do?
issued the execution
The
verdict.
reporter gets
So
on
now it's gonna go to the higher court. Yeah, and they say that if it goes to higher court, you're gonna dismiss that execution.
I mean, they have access to.
You never know.
This, okay.
No, you should just wait now. There's no development. The only thing I heard in let's say last week, was that he cannot make any phone calls anymore. So he said, before, they have like a few limited minutes that we
State media when it comes to.
before,
Like when I was there, I remember the, covering the events with Paphos, okay. That's
And we
state
did it
media.
for,
Yeah, it plays a role of state media when it comes to people. Or when it avoids coverage.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
but the rest,
Me too. I'm happy to be back and to see you every day. Yeah.
Think about other countries as well. So your policy gets changed.
yeah.
No, but this is the first
What-
time
what I
you
think
shut
is-
down, I feel.
What I think when you take in the fact that that's a rise, it's only about 100,000. So this is really rough. The announcement is about 240, right? So and at the same time,
Did you go to all that?
shuts down the city. And at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's like all of this together. It's,
So I'm still waiting for
yeah.
This thing was small. Yeah.
Israeli officials burned
Yeah, that's what I went to ask you. Where are they interviewing? Where were they interviewing?
So, according to PBS, citing two Israeli officials, Hamas does not accept the deal that was on the table. Does not accept it, according to PBS, citing two Israeli officials. So it looks like there's a divide between the political and military wing of Hamas. Yes, because he is the head of the political bureau.
How are you? You are American, yeah? No, we're supposed to be on Friday.
Who is not working in weekend these days? Whose work is not
Yeah, but
among us.
everybody is working, but it's different when you have to deliver a story, you know? He had to deliver a story at Friday, 11 p.m.
Yeah, but you get better off.
Yes. I know. Yes, yes. No, no, well,
नहीं बात यहाँ पर क्यों रबर होगा
هاي الوصل يعني الافتتاح
لا بس احنا المؤامرة بتاعتنا
اه
انه
لا بس انه سكاي تستضيف
No, this is the yes. This is the
I know بس هم شرارة بينهم
No, it's not. How much you watch that?
let's talk yeah
But again, this is the right thing to do.
it is yeah I feel like
Where'd you see that?
I got the they want to get the statements right about yes, that's what we have. White House and White House is على الستريم
This little guy looks scary to me too. Kim Jong-un. Dead. ऐसे वैसे है ना? She has to swap to the
That's our reporter at the White House. So it's too early to get a reaction yet. There's no reaction. They're celebrating in the streets of Rafah. It's a big deal for the Israelis. Well, our reporter's at the White House right now, just talking about reaction from here. There's no reaction yet. But just saying that, Biden talked to Netanyahu this morning.
Yeah.
So we'll see what our reporter in northern Gaza
Yeah.
says. But the Israeli protesters are out like that, so pressuring to accept response.
आपका दिक्कत कर रहा था तेरी बनने की कंसिस्टेंसी उसने कहा ये यही था सो इस बात हम टेरिटोरी से हमारा बात ही नहीं आना तो वो बाबा की
Good afternoon, everyone. Don't have any opening comments, so Matt,
nothing to say.
I think
Nothing is going on
I
in
think
the
I
world.
imagine what your first question is going to be. So
Well,
so
actually,
go ahead.
you know what? I'm going to surprise you because I don't want. Before we get into the long back and forth about Rafah and the ceasefire, I want to ask you if you can just answer this straight and simply and straight about the Israeli closure of Al Jazeera. What is your response?
So we have seen the announcement from the government of Israel about closing Al Jazeera. We have made quite clear that we support media freedom all around the world, including in Israel, and that we are quite concerned about this action.
You're quite concerned about this action? Are you asking the Israelis to do anything?
So as the president said on May 3rd, journalists and media workers are an essential part of any democracy because informed dissent is critical to building stronger and more successful societies, and we will continue to support and advocate for free and independent media around the world. We think Al Jazeera ought to be able to operate in Israel as they operate in other countries in the region.
So you oppose?
We do.
You oppose?
We do.
Okay, all right. Then getting on to, so you've seen these reports in the last hour about Hamas accepting a ceasefire, but also the Israelis ordering or telling people in Rafah to get out. What's your take on that?
So I can confirm that Hamas has issued a response. We are reviewing that response now and discussing it with our partners in the region. As you know, Director Burns is in the region working on this in real time. We will be discussing this response with our partners over the coming hours. We continue to believe that a hostage deal is in the best interests of the Israeli people. It's in the best interests of the Palestinian people. It would bring an immediate ceasefire. It would allow increased movement of humanitarian assistance, and so we're going to continue to work to try to reach one.
And so, but you haven't made any determination about whether this is whether they're accepting what is on the table or they're accepting something that is different.
We have only received the response in the last hour, 90 minutes, and as I said, are going through it now and discussing it with partners in the region. So I don't want to characterize the nature of that response just yet.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Shannon.
Can I follow up on Al Jazeera?
Wait, Shannon, go ahead.
Thank you. There have been some reports that from Israel that perhaps Hamas agreed to a proposal that was put together by Egypt and Qatar that was softer than the initial framework that was in the works last week. Is it possible that there has been a different proposal that the U.S. is not involved with the tracking?
So I've seen those suggestions. I've seen some of those reports, and I hope you'll understand that because we are still reviewing the response that has come in, and because we are working on this in real time and trying to reach an agreement, I'm just going to decline to comment on detail about any of those reports. We're going to be discussing this response with our partners in the region in the hours ahead. It remains our top priority to try to reach a ceasefire agreement that will lead to the release of hostages, that will allow a surge of humanitarian assistance both into Gaza and allow it to move around inside Gaza. But I don't want to comment on any of the various reports about what they might have been responding to until we've been able to go through it in detail and come to a full understanding and discuss it with our partners.
And can you say at this point, maybe you can't, but Hamas's political wing and their militant wing, are they on the same page here? Do you feel like this is a response that at least indicates where the entire group is?
I'm just not going to speak for Hamas at all. As we have said for some time, there has been a significant offer on the table. The ball has been in Hamas's court. We have made clear that they should accept that offer, that Israel made significant compromises, showed that they wanted to reach an agreement that would lead to the release of hostages, that would bring an immediate ceasefire, and we have hoped that Hamas would take the deal that was on the table. Now, as to what's in their response, what it looks like, we're going to review that and withhold judgment until we've had a chance to conduct a full review. Sean.
Can I ask about the threatened Israeli offensive in Rafah? In the hours before this, there were lots of reports about evacuations, not just reports, but Israel is talking about evacuations from Rafah. How does this? What's the U.S. message in this now? Do you think that Israel should hold off on any operations in Rafah as we discuss this response?
Of course we do. We've made quite clear our position on Rafah for some time, which is that we cannot support an operation in Rafah as it is currently envisioned. We have made clear, the Secretary made this clear in his conversations with Prime Minister Netanyahu and other members of the Israeli government last week, that we have not not seen a humanitarian plan that is credible and that is implementable. And we believe a military operation in Rafah right now would dramatically increase the suffering of the Palestinian people, would lead to an increase in loss of civilian life, would dramatically disrupt the delivery of humanitarian assistance, all of which is coming through, I shouldn't say all, but the great majority of which is coming through Kerem Shalom or Rafah and is being distributed inside the Rafah area. If you think about what it would do when you have people moving north to places where internal distribution lines are not currently set up, and you're going to have to try to reestablish those in the middle of conflict in Rafah, we think that would be very difficult, if not impossible to do. So even absent this latest response, we have made clear that we do not support Israel launching a full-scale military operation in Rafah.
Sure. I mean, you just said it in terms of that's the standing U.S. position on this, but has there been any communication with the Israelis about, I mean, in the past hours or so, about the response from Hamas and how this affects the situation in Rafah? Is there a message?
I'm just not going to get into our those conversations. As I said, we just literally in the past hour, 90 minutes, received that response from Hamas in the first place. Of course, we will be discussing it with Egypt, with Qatar, with Israel, the three countries with whom we have been working throughout this negotiation process. But I don't want to get into the timing of those, but obviously if those conversations have not already started, they will be ongoing in the next several hours. Mara.
Matt, under the current circumstances, do you still think a ceasefire is achievable based on what you know coming here?
What do you mean? Is a ceasefire achievable?
Like
a ceasefire is what we are trying to achieve.
Yes, but I mean, over the weekend there was a quiet impasse, and right now Hamas has accepted it. But from Israel, we're hearing that that's not the proposal that we've sent. That's a softened version that throws into the whole thing into doubt.
And I think
I'm just wondering, what's your sense?
A ceasefire is absolutely achievable. There has been a deal on the table, a proposal on the table that would achieve an immediate ceasefire and the release of hostages. Now, as for Hamas's response, which I think gets to your question, again, I don't want to characterize it in any sort of detail until we've had a chance to review it in depth and talk with our partners in the region about it.
And one thing on the humanitarian aid, last week when Secretary was in Israel, there was an increased emphasis during his trip on the delivery of humanitarian aid. We visited Kerem Shalom, which got shut down over the weekend after the Hamas attack. But can you give us a sense of what a Rafah offensive, how that would impact all of Gaza? Because there are issues with distribution in the north. If we have a Rafah offensive in the south, could there be any meaningful humanitarian aid delivery in the north?
So let me just speak broadly to all of Gaza first, and then I'll come to the north. So certainly a Rafah operation would make it incredibly difficult to sustain the increases in humanitarian assistance that we have been able to deliver over the past few weeks since the president's call with Prime Minister Netanyahu on April 4th. You have seen an increase in the number of trucks going in through Kerem Shalom. You have seen an increase in the distribution inside of Gaza, including inside southern Gaza. All of that would be put in jeopardy by a Rafah offensive, because obviously, just look at what happened in the past 24 hours when you saw Hamas rocket attacks on Kerem Shalom that led to the death of 3 IDF soldiers and led to the closure of Kerem Shalom. If you had an ongoing kinetic military operation, it doesn't take a genius to figure out the impact that would have on the delivery of humanitarian assistance, not just through Kerem Shalom, not just through Rafah Gate, but of course inside all of Rafah and all of southern Gaza. Now, separate from that, we have been working on standing up additional delivery mechanisms to get aid directly into northern Gaza without having to go through Kerem Shalom. Not because we anticipated an upcoming Rafah operation, but because it's so difficult to get aid through Kerem Shalom and then move it all the way to the north of Gaza. So that's why you saw the opening of Erez Crossing, which is something that the president insisted on and something that we achieved last week when the secretary was there, first in Jordan and then in Israel. So you can have trucks move directly from Jordan through Erez Crossing in the north, not have to go all the way to Kerem Shalom, come back up north. You saw Ashdod port opening, so goods can come directly from Ashdod and go in through a northern crossing, and it's why we're standing up the maritime operation. So there will be ways to get humanitarian assistance into northern Gaza directly. We have been working on those because it's important to do so, because we've seen how difficult it is to get aid from southern Gaza into northern Gaza. It's hard to speculate what the impact of a Rafah operation would have on the delivery of that aid to northern Gaza, but certainly you can say without a doubt that it would dramatically impact the delivery of humanitarian assistance in southern Gaza.
Just going off of that for a second, you said earlier, reiterated that the U.S. doesn't support a full-scale invasion into Rafah. What about a limited invasion into Rafah?
So I'm not going to speculate on the types of military operation.
It's not speculating. The Israeli government has said limited.
I'm about to answer, Kylie. So there are proposals that we have put on the table, and this is why I'm not going to talk about some of this publicly. There are proposals that we have put onto the table to the Israeli government that we have discussed with them that we think would be a much more limited, much more targeted, much more effective way of achieving their legitimate military objectives, which is taking on the Hamas battalions that are remaining in Rafah. Those look very different than the types of operations that we have seen proposed publicly by the Israeli government, and I think I'll leave it at that.
So just to be clear, what you've proposed to them isn't your understanding of what they're planning to go ahead with in the near future?
I'm not going to speak to what they might be planning to go ahead with. I'll let them speak to that. We've seen the announcement they made today about evacuation orders for not the entire southern Gaza, the entire Rafah area, but for a significant portion of it, 100,000 people. And of course, we have concerns that any evacuation at all in such a crowded area, if you see 100,000 people move, you're going to see other people in the next area move as well, which of course is something that you want to see happen if there's a military operation. But the problem now is there's such limited places for them to go inside Gaza, and there is no effective way to distribute aid to them and make sure they have access to shelter, access to sanitation in the places that they would go if, say, you had hundreds of thousands of people moving from Rafah.
And then, without characterizing the Hamas response, given you guys are still reviewing it, would you say it's a hopeful sign that they have given a response here?
I think that would be characterizing it, so I'm going to decline to do so until we have completed that review.
And when do you think you'll be able to complete that review? When should we expect an assessment from the administration?
The Director Burns, as I said, is in the region literally working on this right now. I don't want to put a timetable on it, but it is something that is a top priority for everyone in this administration, from the president on down. You saw that the president had a phone call with Prime Minister Netanyahu today. Achieving a ceasefire deal that would lead to the release of hostages was one of the top priorities of the Secretary's trip when he was in the region last week. So everyone is focused on this. Everyone is trying to get a deal over the line.
Thank you. Last week there was some reporting that the Biden administration had put a hold on a shipment of US-made ammunition to Israel. Have you seen that report? Can you comment on its accuracy?
I have seen on that report. As is usually the case, we don't comment on specific cases of arms transfers, and I'm not going to do so here.
Thank you.
Yeah, Said.
Thank you. Just to clarify on the offer that you said was generous and on the table, and what seems to be accepted now. Does that mean that the ball is no longer in Hamas's court?
Said, it's impossible for me to answer that question without characterizing the response that Hamas has given, which I'm not yet willing to do.
Okay. All right. On Al Jazeera, now we know that Israel is accusing the correspondents of Al Jazeera, our colleagues, who are Israeli citizens, by the way, accusing them of incitement that goes back many years and all these things, a crime that is punishable by imprisonment. Are you worried that these correspondents might actually be imprisoned by the Israelis? And if they are, what would the government of the United States do?
So I'm not going to speak to those specific allegations. It's not something that we've reviewed in detail. We would have to do that. I'm certainly not going to speculate about what we might do in response to an action that has not yet been taken. I will just reiterate that when it comes to the decision to shutter Al Jazeera's operations in Israel, it's something that we are concerned by. We support the work that journalists and media do. We have had, I don't think it's any secret that we have had our differences with with Al Jazeera over the years, including some of the ways in which they cover this conflict. But we support the free media conducting their operations everywhere in the world.
Yeah, I think most countries have had an issue with Al Jazeera. Let me ask you about Rafah. Now, the movement, 100,000 people and so on. Now, how many would need to move before Israel can go in and legitimately go after Hamas's position? I mean, the area is so small, Al-Mawasi, where they are moving and so on, just meters, maybe kilometers away. What would prevent, let's say, Hamas fighters or Hamas leaders and so on to actually move, to another place? They allegedly have a network of tunnels that would allow them to do that and so on. And then, we have the same kind of situation. We see the Israelis saying we want to go after them in that area. I mean, how do you read this whole situation?
So that is not really a question I can answer. I will just make clear, as I have already, and as others in the administration, including the president, including the secretary, have on a number of occasions, that a major operation in Rafah is not something that we can support.
And finally, I asked on Thursday about Dr. Adnan Al-Bursh. I was wrong. He wasn't shot. He died, and some say under torture and so on. I know that your colleague at the White House said what she said, that she was saddened and all these things. But have you followed up on this issue? How do you follow up on it? And because apparently they are keeping his corpse. I mean, they're not turning it to his family or others and so on for proper burial.
It is one that we have raised with the government of Israel. I don't have a response to read out. We have made clear with Israel, as we have made clear publicly, that they must treat all detainees humanely and with dignity in accordance with international humanitarian law, and that they must respect detainees' human rights, and also that they must ensure accountability for any abuses or violations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Matt. Since they took all the Al Jazeera questions, I'll skip mine.
No problem.
I just want to...
Alex, did you have something?
No.
Just kidding.
I just want to, because I'm a little bit confused, if you can clarify. So the Hamas response is not on the general's proposal. It's not accepting this proposal.
I think I made clear I'm not going to characterize their response one way or the other until we've had a chance to fully review it, digest it, discuss it with our partners.
All right. My second question is about the peer that the United States is conducting. We believe we have in our reporting that it is close to being operational. Can you just tell us how this peer will operate? I mean, who will have the upper hand in making this?
So it is something that we have been trying to complete as soon as possible. And when I say we, I mean largely our colleagues at the Pentagon who are constructing the pier. We've been involved in liaising with humanitarian groups that will be involved in the distribution of humanitarian assistance once it comes in to Gaza. But with the actual timeline for the launch of the pier and its operation, any details, I'm going to defer to the Pentagon to comment on those in any detail.
By the way, on the pier itself, it was said over the weekend that it was moved to Ashdod because of some high winds and waves and so on. Do you have any comment on that?
I'm going to defer to the Pentagon for any of those operational kind of details. They're the ones that are responsible for constructing and moving it and ultimately launching it. Michelle, go ahead. Do a few more in the Middle East before.
Did you ask Qatar to expel Hamas leaders from Doha, and is it the time for these leaders to leave?
I am not going to speak to private diplomatic conversations. As we have said a number of times, the Secretary in his conversations has made clear with a number of partners in the region that any relationship they have with Hamas, any influence they have with Hamas, they should use to make clear to Hamas that it needs to accept a ceasefire deal that includes the release of hostages. And he has also made clear publicly that at the end of this process, there can no longer be business as usual with Hamas as existed in too many places before October 7th. And I think I'll decline to comment any further.
Thank you.
Any more in the region? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. For World Press Freedom Day last week, the Secretary did put out a statement about that. I'm just curious as to why there was a decision not to mention the Gaza war. Granted that many journalists are being affected by a lack of press freedom around the world and also being killed in various conflicts, but there was a substantial number of journalists that were killed in Israel and Gaza at the end of last year. Was there a reason why that wasn't mentioned?
No, the Secretary has spoken to that a number of times, including in the region, including speaking directly to the colleagues of journalists in some instances who have lost their life tragically. We mourn the death of every journalist. You've heard the Secretary speak to the fact that it is because of journalists in Gaza that we see what's happening, that the world knows what's happening. And so we support their work. We want to see it continued. And we mourn the loss of every journalist, and I've spoken to that many times since the outbreak of this conflict.
Thank you.
Well, just one
Yeah.
more on it, just on Kerem Shalom.
Yeah.
Is it your understanding that the Israelis have agreed to reopen it after the attack that happened on Sunday?
So yes, that was it. If you looked at the readout from the president's call,
Yeah,
it
but-
noted that the prime minister had agreed to open it in that conversation.
Okay, because, you know, the secretary was just there on Wednesday. And you believe that Kerem Shalom is critical,
It is-
with or without a Rafah
It is
operation.
Kerem Shalom is absolutely critical to the delivery of humanitarian assistance in Gaza, especially in southern Gaza. Now that we've stood up operations in the north,
So is it
But,
open now, do you know?
I do not know if it's been reopened. I'll say it was an incredibly cynical act for Hamas to attack Kerem Shalom yesterday, knowing that Kerem Shalom is the linchpin to the delivery of humanitarian assistance in Gaza. It goes to this point we've made on a number of occasions that Hamas claims that they represent the interests of the Palestinian people, but when you see some of their actions, and we talk about them hiding behind humans, using them as human shields all the time, when you see them attacking the gate that serves as the delivery point, as we saw, you were there last week, as we saw with our own eyes, the delivery point for humanitarian assistance into Gaza, it really does undermine any claim that they have to acting on the people of Gaza's behalf.
Thanks.
Can I switch regions?
I'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Matthew. What action would the
U.S. take if Israel were to invade Rafah?
We have made clear that we cannot support an operation, and I don't want to speculate on what actions we might take if one should proceed.
Okay, and what's the department's reaction to Turkey suspending trade ties with Israel?
I don't have any comment on that. They are both allies of ours, and we would encourage them to work through their differences, but I don't have any specific comment.
And finally, what is the department doing to hold the CCP accountable for continued Chinese assistance to Russia's defense sector?
So you heard the secretary speak to this when he was in China and made clear that China can't have it both ways. They can't claim to be a partner of Europe on the one hand and then continue to fund the greatest threat to European security since the end of the Cold War on the other hand. He raised this directly with President Xi. He raised it with Director and Foreign Minister Wang Yi, and he made clear in those meetings that if China didn't act, we would. And a couple of updates to that. You saw us roll out additional sanctions on Chinese entities who have supported Russia's defense industrial base last week. And then I want to note that we made clear that it is not just the United States that is concerned about China's activities, but it is also our partners and allies in Europe. And, you know, President Xi is in Europe today, meeting with President Macron, meeting with the President of the EU. And if you noted the comments from the government of France, they very much intended to press this same case with President Xi and make clear what a threat they see, that they see it the way we see it, which is that it is a threat not just to Ukraine, but it is a threat to European security. And we think it's important that our allies and partners stand strong in sending that message as well.
And just one more.
Yeah.
What is the department's message today, given it's Yom HaShoah, Israel's Holocaust Remembrance Day, especially with Israel having suffered several months ago the largest single-day massacre of Jews since the Holocaust? And I know the secretary.
The secretary put out a statement on that yesterday where he reiterated what has been our continuing message, which is never again. And I think you'll see this president speak to this further.
Matt, can I piggyback off?
He would go ahead.
Thank you.
For a more limited operation in Rafah, and you're working on a ceasefire with your partners. What comes first? I mean, you share the objective, you said, with the Israeli that they have to defeat Hamas in Rafah. But since you are working on a ceasefire, it's a little bit confusing. What you support, what's the priority here?
Our immediate objective is to achieve a ceasefire that alleviates the suffering of Palestinian people, that secures the release of hostages. And then we want to build that ceasefire, as we have made clear, into something more sustained and something longer lasting. I'm a little bit of a bind here because I can't really speak to the options that we have proposed to Israel. You can see why we would want to keep those confidential, but we have proposed options that we believe are more effective and would be more effective in dealing with the threat that Hamas poses, and those are options that they could pursue, and I think I'll leave it. Unfortunately, I have to leave it at that.
One more question. In case these negotiations fail, are you preparing for a worst-case scenario that the Israeli went into Rafah, goes into Rafah, and this lasts until the fall?
Of course, we are prepared for every scenario, but I don't think I wanted to read out what actions we might take.
Yeah.
Well, that's a fair point, Matt. Every scenario that you can reasonably
What
predict,
happens
we
if,
prepare
like, aliens
for.
come down?
That's why I said every scenario you can
You're
reasonably
prepared for
predict.
that one
If
too?
that happens, I'll run to the hills right behind you, probably. Nike, go ahead.
Yeah, are we ready to move on to different region?
Sean, go ahead.
I know you.
Sorry, Nike, I tried.
It's
the record reflect I called on you, and Sean, the head of the State Department Correspondent Association, stepped on your question.
Exactly. Well, gladly defer to Nike. Gladly defer to Nike after this. I presume I'm probably not going to answer this, but just
for a question I'm not even going to answer.
Exactly.
Sorry, go ahead.
But just a couple of moments on a serious note. Just a couple of moments ago, the Israeli army is saying that the evacuation orders that it issued earlier, confirming that this is preparation for a ground invasion. I know they've been speaking about a ground invasion and a ground operation in general terms for some time. Do you have any further comment on that? I mean, whether you have signs that the Israelis are actually going ahead imminently with the ground operation?
I'm just not going to speak to their military activities. We have made quite clear that we oppose a military operation there, and I'm going to leave it at that. Nike, go ahead.
On Russia. Russia President Vladimir Putin will be set to start another 6-year term on Tuesday. Do you have anything on that? I understand the U.S. Ambassador Tracy is currently out of the country. My question is anyone from the U.S. Embassy attending his inauguration ceremony, or is the U.S. joining other countries to boycott?
No, we will not have a representative at his inauguration.
U.S. is boycotting?
We will not have a representative there. You can draw your own conclusions. Alex, go ahead.
Does that mean that you don't consider Putin a legitimate president?
We certainly did not consider that election free and fair, but he is the president of Russia and is going to continue in that capacity.
Let me get your immediate reaction to reports about Russia's planned nuclear drills. How much it will complicate the situation, and what kind of response will that invite from the United States?
So Russia's rhetoric, nuclear rhetoric, has been reckless and irresponsible throughout this conflict. That said, we have not seen any reason to adjust our own nuclear posture and in response to these announcements, nor any indications that Russia is preparing to use a nuclear weapon in Ukraine.
Thank you. I have two more on South Caucasus, if I may. On Georgia, we had a protest in front of this building on Saturday. Georgia Americans were asking the State Department to impose sanctions on Ivanishvili and the GD MPs, not for the actions that they might or might not take, but the actions they have taken already. So are you considering any measure?
I'm just not going to make any sanctions announcements. Whether that relates to what we might do or what we are considering is typically our practice here.
We heard from senior officials this building. It feels like you guys are expecting some U-turn in this case, or some off-ramp, by suggesting that Ivanishvili might be misinformed. So all the statements we have heard from him are not his or reflecting his viewpoints. Is that a reflection of what we have heard from them?
I'm not going to characterize at all. We are going to keep pressing our case, which is we believe that the law that they are considering would put Georgia on a precarious trajectory. It would jeopardize Georgia's Euro-Atlantic path and undermine the U.S.-Georgia relationship, and we will continue to make that clear, and they will make their own decisions.
And thank you. Finally, on Armenia, Azerbaijan, the ambassador to Baku today for the first time visited Karabakh. Let me get your sense of significance of it, and we are in this week the ministerial in Kazakhstan. What are your expectations?
I don't have any comment on that or any expectations. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. A question on Iran. As you may be aware, the IKR President Najib Barzani, he's in Iran with an official visit with the purpose of finding solutions to the disputes between Iraq, Iran. And Kurdistan region. How does the U.S. view this visit and efforts? Do you have any comments on that?
So we have consistently encouraged de-escalation in the region, but we don't have any comment about the specifics of that trip. I would leave it to the Kurdistan regional government to comment more in detail on President Barzani's travel.
And one more question. Do you think that having these kinds of discussions with Iran could help and leave any impacts on the Iraqi stability? Because we witnessed they attacked the Iraqi Kurdistan, and there were a lot of tensions between these two capitals?
So I don't want to speak to these specific conversations, but of course we have always encouraged any conversations that would lead to de-escalation and would lead to further stability in the region, including vis-a-vis Iran, which of course has been one of the greatest contributors to instability in Iraq and elsewhere in the Middle East.
And last question, as we are speaking of Iran, minutes ago, the Iranian foreign minister put a post on X, and he said that we send Hamas response to the plan proposed by Egypt and Qatar. What he said that to stop the attacks by Israel, and second, exchange prisoners, and third, lift the human blockades. And now the ball in the opposite court. We are honest with in our intentions. This is what he posted. So how do you see the Iranian role in bringing the Gaza conflict into the end? And
bringing a Gaza conflict to an end, I've seen no Iranian role in bringing a Gaza conflict to an end. You've seen Iran be one of the greatest instigators of this conflict in the first place, from financing Hamas and supporting Hamas to financing and supporting Hezbollah and other groups that have contributed dramatically to instability, not just when it comes to attacks on Israel, but when you look at their proxy, the Houthis, and attacking international shipping and greatly destabilizing the region. So no, I don't see Iran playing any kind of productive role.
And they are not honest.
That would be completely out of character for them.
They are not honest with their intentions, what he said on his post.
They're not what?
Honest with their intentions.
Iran's honest with their intentions? No, I would not characterize them as honest with their intentions. When it comes to the specific comments that they made about Hamas's response, I'm not going to comment on those because, as I said, we're reviewing their response, so I don't want to confirm what may or may not have been in it.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. So can I just get your reaction to this? Over the weekend, a Moscow court sentenced a Russian Falun Gong practitioner to 2 months in detention for her beliefs. It's the only other country outside of communist China to incarcerate a citizen for the meditation practice. Jake Sullivan said that he wasn't surprised by this, as China's, Russia relies on China's economic and technological support. So given these circumstances, what's the State Department doing to address the broader implications of the spread of China's persecution of Falun Gong into Russia, possibly in exchange for support?
Let me take that back and get you a specific response since it relates to this one case that you mentioned.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
A little over a week ago, China held unity talks between Hamas leaders and Fatah. Sir, and they, I think it resulted in them just saying that they're agreeing to
keep talking.
Yeah. What's your reaction to?
Long said that if China wanted to play a productive role in bringing this conflict to an end, that is something that we would welcome. If they wanted to play a productive role in helping prevent escalation in the region, that is something we would also welcome. The Secretary has spoken to his counterpart, Director Wang Yi, 6 times since October 7th to press this case, to press China, to use all of its influence in the region, and we will continue to press them to do that. We think there certainly are countries that they have a relationship with whom they have a relationship in the region, including countries, most notably Iran, with whom we don't really have a relationship. So if China can bring its influence to bear, that would be a productive step for it. It would be a productive step that it could take that would benefit the region and benefit the entire world.
One more on Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
The other day you had said that in order for normalization to take place between Saudi Arabia and Israel, that Saudi Arabia is looking for calm in Gaza.
Correct.
As well as a path to peace. That path to peace, is that the Oslo Accords? Is that something different than Oslo? Is that expanding on Oslo? Or?
So I don't want to get into the details because it's something that we still continue to talk with Saudi Arabia about, but it is a path to the establishment of an independent Palestinian state with security guarantees for Israel, and the details of what that would look like is something that we're continuing to discuss with them.
So would that make Oslo irrelevant?
I don't want to, it is a negotiation and a discussion that is ongoing right now. I don't want to characterize it in any way with respect to how it would interact with past agreements.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A ceasefire deal doesn't end the war in Gaza. It means returning to fighting again and more Palestinian civilian victims, as it's happened daily. Tens of thousands have already murdered due to the bombing and the famine imposed by Israel, most of them children and women. My question, why the U.S. doesn't intervene to stop the war completely? I mean permanent ceasefire. especially that the Palestinian civilian killed with the American weapon.
So we been working incredibly hard. It's been the focus of most of this briefing to achieve an immediate ceasefire that would stop the fighting in Gaza and would alleviate the suffering of the Palestinian people, those who have died as a result of the conflict, and also those who are suffering as a result of lack of humanitarian aid or inability to access humanitarian aid. Now, that's the first step. We want to get an immediate ceasefire, and then we do want to see it turn into something more durable. We're going to try to work to bring this conflict to an end as soon as possible. That said, and I know I've hammered on this in the past, and the Secretary has hammered in the past, Hamas could achieve an immediate ceasefire right now. Hamas, the entity that started this conflict by murdering civilians, innocent civilians, could lay down their arms, could surrender, and stop putting the Palestinian people in harm's way. So when people ask questions about Israel that are legitimate questions, and when they ask questions about us that are legitimate questions, I hope people will also realize that Hamas played the instigator role in beginning this conflict and could end it today if they wanted to.
But it's not permanent, it's temporary.
We are trying, as I just spoke to that in my answer.
Yes, excuse me, another question. That IDF already requested the people in Rafah to evacuate. I wonder if the evacuation for Palestinians in Rafah across the Egyptian borders being considered?
So Egypt has made quite clear that they do not want to see the displacement of the Palestinian people. It's not just Egypt. We have heard that from virtually every country in the region, that they do not want to see Palestinians displaced because of the very unfortunate history in that regard. And we have made clear to the Israeli government that the Palestinian people shouldn't be replaced or displaced. Now, one of the major risks of a full-scale Rafah operation is that it would destabilize that border between Gaza and Egypt and would lead to that sort of displacement, which would destabilize the Sinai Peninsula, of course. It's another reason why we believe such an operation is a bad idea in the first place.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. U.S. House. Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries said on Sunday that the United States will have to send troops to Ukraine if Ukraine is defeated in conflict with Russia. Any chances that is a real option?
I'm just not going to comment on statements made by members of Congress. The president has made clear that he will not send U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine. Okay,
and one more question. Can you explain why is it okay for the United States to have a law on foreign agents and it's not okay for Georgia or Russia to have one?
Approval and shipment of arms to Israel. I'm just wondering if you could clarify, what's the case? Has the U.S. been surging weapons to Israel since October 7th or not?
So we have provided weapons to Israel since October 7th. We have always made clear that we are committed to Israel's defense. That's commitment to Israel's security remains ironclad, and that includes providing security assistance to Israel since October 7th to ensure that the attacks of October 7th can never be repeated.
Thanks.
Kylie, no, come to Humera.
Can you just provide us an update on the NSM 20 report and if it'll go to Congress on time when it's due on Wednesday?
The only update I have is that we continue to work on it, and we'll have more to say about it later in the week.
You can't say that it's on track to be delivered on time?
It's on track. We're working on it. I just don't have any updates. It is our intention to provide it on time, and we'll
donated 99 cents through Super Chat.
Questions on it. I know you don't want to get into it, but I still have two questions.
There are concerns among lawmakers that the political military bureau in this building is leading the drafting of the report, and I wonder how you respond to that.
So I'm not going to get into the internal mechanisms that we go through to develop such a report, but I will say that a broad spectrum of the department will contribute to this report. People will have a chance to make their views known. People will have a chance to offer their assessments of what they've seen. It's important that different bureaus inside the department, which bring different skills to bear and different points of view and different capabilities, have the chance to review both of the tasks that we were given in the report, both when it comes to compliance with international humanitarian law and the delivery of humanitarian assistance. And we expect all of them to speak candidly about what they've seen and make their recommendations and make their honest assessments, and we'll deliver a report that reflects that.
And one more question. The memorandum requires all recipients of U.S. weaponry, including Israel, to make assurances that they're using those weapons, quote, in a manner consistent with all applicable international and domestic law and policy, including international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Will U.S. officials at the department be probing those assurances that they get from Israeli officials if there's reason to believe that they aren't credible assurances?
So we are taking very seriously the task that was given to us in this national security memorandum, and it pertains not just with respect to Israel, but with other countries as well that receive U.S. provided security assistance. So the initial step was to get assurances from those 7 countries that they were complying with their national humanitarian law and that they were not impeding the delivery of humanitarian assistance. We received those assurances, I think, probably 43 days ago, somewhere around that. And now we are going through and looking at compliance with international humanitarian law and the delivery of humanitarian assistance. I don't want to get into it too much in detail because we are close to when a report will be delivered, and I should wait and let the report speak for itself. But I can tell you, it is something that we take incredibly seriously, and there is a lot of work going on at the department to make sure we fulfill that obligation and we fulfill it thoroughly.
So you're not taking those assurances on face value?
Let me just let the report speak for itself when it comes out, but it is something that we are absolutely taking seriously, and we are looking at a whole host of activities and actions when it comes to any one of the governments, the relevant governments in this case, and we'll be making our own assessments, not just based on what those governments have told us, but based on what we have seen in our review here at the State Department.
Thank you.
Just one thing on that, actually, Matt. So when the report is produced, we have reported that there are some U.S. officials at the State Department who have raised serious concerns about Israel's possible non-compliance with international humanitarian law, and what they say is it's arbitrary restrictions on humanitarian aid. So when you produce that report, you're basically weighing in on whether the assurances are credible or not. Is there going to be a section where you address those countering, let's say, opinions from different bureaus, or is it just going to be we found that credible or not?
This is going to be a very unsatisfying answer, but you were just going to have to wait
until
sorry about that until the report is complete. But I will say that one of the strengths of this department is that we have people with a rich diversity of experiences, a rich diversity of expertise, and a rich diversity of views, and the Secretary takes all of those seriously. He takes all of their point of views seriously, and the entire senior leadership of the department looks at the entire landscape when compiling, when going through an exercise and compiling a report like the one we're doing
right
here.
But really, from a format point of view, it's just going to have like one assessment.
And that I'm just not gonna speak to.
Okay, and will there be a because you said in your answer to Kylie, you said we collect recommendations. Can you confirm there's going to be a recommendation one way or the other from the legal department?
I'm just not going to speak to the internal mechanisms of a report that is still being compiled.
Okay, thank
you. Go ahead, Saeed, and then Sean, and we'll wrap.
Yeah, very, very quickly, but on breaking international law and so on, is the threatening of the ICC by Israel or even by members of Congress itself a a violation of international law? The threat itself?
I am not enough of an expert in international humanitarian law to speak to that. We have made clear that we do not believe the ICC has jurisdiction in this case and oppose their
I'm just saying the threatening of the ICC by Israel.
You should take it up with an international humanitarian lawyer. Go ahead, Sean.
Sure. Two things, two different topics. Rwanda. The Rwandan government didn't really like a statement that you issued last week, saying that the Rwandan Defense Forces were involved in the attack near Goma on the east of the DRC, saying that the statement's ridiculous and that the Rwandan forces weren't involved in that. Do you stand by that? Has there been any communication with Rwanda?
We absolutely do. The attack in question came from the Rwandan Defense Forces and M23 positions on the Muganga IDP camp. The government of Rwanda must investigate this heinous act and hold all of those responsible accountable, and we have made that clear to them.
Yeah, has there been a communication directly with the Rwandans?
I'm not going to speak to diplomatic conversations, but we have made quite clear what we think about this act and the fact it ought to be investigated.
Great. And then a completely different topic, Mexico. The 3 surfers were killed, one of them an American. Do you have any lines, any communications with the U.S.?
Yeah, so we can confirm the death. Of a U.S. citizen, Carter Road, near Ensenada, Mexico, and are closely monitoring the situation. We offer our sincere condolences to the family on their loss.
With Prime Minister Netanyahu urged that we get this deal secured, but it wasn't a pressure call. It wasn't about twisting his arm towards a certain set of parameters. Director Burns is in the region having these conversations with the Israelis, the Qataris, the Egyptians, as we speak, and that's the forum for working out the parameters of it. But the president clearly talked to the prime minister about the importance of getting a deal done. Yeah.
And John, what is the president's position on a limited operation into Rafah?
I don't think I can answer it any differently than I did with Mary. We've been very clear that we don't support a major ground operation in Rafah. Operations in general that put at greater risk the more than 1 million people that are sheltering there. And the question right now is a hypothetical. I mean, we're aware they dropped leaflets. We're aware that they're warning people to evacuate. I let them speak to their operations and to their intents.
Hamas to do?
I don't think we know that.
John, can you talk a little bit about the timeline as the administration understands it of those evacuations? How much time do people have to leave? Did you guys put any demands on the Israelis in terms of how those evacuations are to take place under the parameters that you guys have talked about?
We're asking questions of the Israelis about what their intentions are here and what the larger purpose of this evacuation is, and sort of where they're wanting to go. I think to answer your question, though, you'd really have to go to the Israelis and to speak to their military operations and plans. I'm not going to get ahead of that. But are we curious about the timing and the intent and where they're going? Yes, absolutely. And the president expressed our curiosity about that on the call today.
But more than curiosity, are you expressing what you want to see happen in terms of those evacuations, how they take place, whether Israel is prepared for people moving around within?
I would just say, again, without, I don't want to get ahead of operations that haven't happened. I don't want to speak for the Israeli military. I can just say that we don't want to see operations in and around Rafah that make it harder for the people that are seeking refuge there and shelter to be safe and secure. And we have made that case privately.
Aligned with Israel in its intention to eliminate the terrorist threat posed by Hamas.
Of course.
And is there any feeling that Hamas may be trying to trick the public in some way? You heard Israeli officials commenting on this latest proposal as a trick, and there's been a lot of pressure to. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Sorry, I'm listening.
Well, there's been pressure on the administration to make sure that the needs of Palestinians are being served, and that the U.S. support for Israel isn't overhanded. And you had the report come out earlier today, or maybe yesterday, that the U.S. was potentially weighing withholding an arms shipment to Israel. Is there any concern that Hamas was trying to capitalize on that public pressure and, play a trick, as Israeli officials put it?
I mean, I don't think there's any possible way I could answer that question unless I got between the ears of Mr. Sinwar, and that's a place I really don't want to be. I think that is a great question for him. It's interesting. I stand up here and answer questions. Karine does. Matt Miller at the State Leagues, the president does. Prime Minister Netanyahu does. And the IDF military spokesman does. You know who hasn't answered a single question about his intentions and what games he might be playing or where he intends to take this? Mr. Sinwar, the head of Hamas. And I think it's high time that he answers some of these questions and he come clean about what his intentions are. I don't know. All I know is we've got a response. Bill Burns is looking at that response. He's talking to the Israelis about it, and we'll see where this goes. Hopefully, whatever's in this thing, hopefully it can lead to those hostages getting out real soon with their families where they need to be. And as each day passes, their lives get further at risk. So time is really of the essence here.
Well, noting your answer, is it still a good idea to try to negotiate with terrorists then?
It's not like we sit down pie in the sky and say, hey, today's a good day, let's negotiate with terrorists. You got to negotiate with who you got to negotiate to get people back with their families. So frankly, if there's a better idea to get those hostages home with their families, I think we'd love to hear them. I just don't think there's another way to do it. There's no other way to do it, quite frankly. You got to negotiate through Qatar with Hamas to get those folks back with their families. I mean, that's the hard work of diplomacy. Sometimes it means you got to sit across the table from some really bad folks that you'd rather not have to talk to, but they got those hostages and we want them back.
But the U.S. backs Israel's intention to eliminate Hamas.
We, of course, back their right and responsibility to go after the Hamas threat, to eliminate that threat. Now, look, Jackie, I've said many times here, you're not going to eliminate an ideology through military operations. But does Israel have a right and a responsibility to eliminate a threat that they suffered on the 7th of October? 100%, absolutely they do. And we've been nothing but very steadfast on that.
Thanks, Ray. Thanks, John. Speaking about a TikTok, what prompted this morning's call?
I think you've heard me say many times, they talk as appropriate. And given where we were in the hostage deal negotiations, given where we were with humanitarian assistance and Kerem Shalom being shut down for several days, certainly given where we were with expectations in Rafah, this made all the sense in the world for today to be the day that the President and Prime Minister Netanyahu speak.
But when exactly was the call set up? Was it this morning? Was it yesterday after the rocket attack that killed the 3 Israelis? Or what?
I would tell you the initial planning for the call took place late in the weekend, is about what I'd say.
And one more on a different topic. Why did the U.S. halt an ammunition shipment to Israel last week?
Yeah, look, I've seen the press reporting on this. All I can tell you is that, to Jackie's question, our support for Israel's security remains ironclad, and I'm not going to get into the specifics of one shipment over another.
NBC is reporting that it included 2,000 palm bombs that may have been used in Rafah. Did concerns over Rafah and what the Israelis could use this ammunition for, did that play any role in halting that shipment?
Don't have a better answer for you other than the one I just gave you.
I just want to go with that question one more time. Did the United States put a pause on an arms shipment to Israel? Is that reporting correct?
I'm not going to confirm that reporting.
Okay. Just on another topic. Well, same topic, different question. Over the weekend, the Queen of Jordan said in an interview that the United States is giving the world mixed messages.
Gave you.
I just want to go with that question one more time. Did the United States put a pause on an arms shipment to Israel? Is that reporting correct?
I'm not going to confirm that reporting.
Okay. Just on another topic. Well, same topic, different question. Over the weekend, the Queen of Jordan said in an interview that the United States is giving the world mixed messages, and offering both expressions of concern and support for Gaza, in addition to providing arms to Israel. Can you
public statement about it.
On Rafah, has Israel presented or provided the administration with a comprehensive plan for Rafah until now?
No.
Good.
I want to take you back to this report on whether shipments were paused.
Okay.
Are the reports wrong?
I'm not going to confirm the press reporting, Ed. What I've said is our security commitments to Israel are ironclad. The president pushed very hard to get that supplemental funding so that we can continue to help Israel with its security needs. And
You can appreciate the ambiguity makes it sound like it's true.
I can't speak for what you appreciate in my answer. All I can do is tell you that my answer is not going to change.
All right. What is the definition of a assault or attack on Rafah in the view of the White House that would be seen as impermissible?
There hasn't been an assault or an attack
reports
in
tonight
terms
that
of a
there are-
ground operation at this time, so let's not get ahead of where we are. President did express, again, our concerns about operations in Rafah that would put at risk these people trying to find shelter there. I think it would be a futile exercise for me to get up here and give you a laundry list of what would or would not compose some kind of ground operation in Rafah. We have to, well, let me put it another way. The IDF has to speak to what their intentions and their plans are.
But it's still ground operation versus missiles that may be landing over Rafah tonight, which is what we're hearing.
Well, it doesn't matter whether it's missiles or rockets, things that kill innocent people, that's not okay. And again, the president made it clear that we don't want to see operations in Rafah that put at risk those 1.5 million people that are there.
How does the president assess Bill Burns' ongoing attempts to make sure this deal comes together?
It's a nice side way of getting at sort of talking to the parameters of the deal. I appreciate that. He's very grateful for...
No, I was more genuinely interested in what he thinks
Oh, really?
of CIA director's work on this, yes.
Excellent. I'm sorry, I impugned your question. Look, I think he's very grateful for the work that Director Burns and the whole team has been doing to try to get us to this point. But it only really matters if we can get the deal in place, and I'm sure Director Burns would agree with me on that. And those hostages can get home. But he's done terrific work thus far, and I know that he wants to see that get this across the finish line just as much as we do.
Thank you, Green. Admiral, on a different topic, reports breaking this last few minutes that a U.S. soldier has been detained in Russia. This apparently happened in the last few days. The reporting is he had been stationed in Korea, traveled to Russia on his own. He's being accused of some sort of theft. Is the administration aware of this report?
Yes.
What can you tell us about what happened?
I can't really say much about it right now, Jonathan. I hope you can understand that. And certainly it's a better question put to our DoD colleagues, but we are aware of this case.
And another matter just related to Russia, there's been threats from Moscow in the last couple of days about striking British military facilities because of and also simulating nuclear drills as it sharply rises tensions because of weapons manufactured in the UK being used in the conflict. This says it could potentially apply to other allied countries as well, theoretically the United States. Do you have a response to that?
Well, what I'd say, number one, is it's just reckless and irresponsible for the leader of a major nuclear-armed power to be saber-rattling the way that he is with respect to potential use for nuclear weapons. Obviously, we monitor this and have continued to monitor this very closely. I can tell you we've seen nothing, even despite the reckless rhetoric, that would cause us to change our strategic deterrent posture. And look, lastly, if Mr. Putin and Russian officials are worried about their troops in Ukraine getting hit with weapons from other countries, then the easiest thing to do is just take your troops and leave.
Of AFP right now that Israel is committing airstrikes on Rafah, intense airstrikes on Rafah right now. What would that timing mean to the relationship between the President and the Prime Minister?
Well, sir, you know something I don't know. I haven't seen those reports. I can't confirm it. I'll just go back to what I've said, I don't know, half a dozen, if not more times today. We don't support operations in Rafah that put people at greater risk.
Thank you, Caroline, and thank you, John. I just wanted to make it clear that regarding the limit on the refined petroleum, provided by Russia to North Korea. The annual refined petroleum limit under UN sanctions against North Korea is 500,000 barrels. But last week you said that the limit was exceeded at 165,000 barrels in March alone. So how many barrels were supplied in January and February?
I will have to take that question and get back to you. I didn't bring the barrel data with me today.
One more quick question again. State Department spokesperson Miller said that the sanctions against this will be imposed this month, and North Korea oil tanker sanctioned by the UN is currently staying in Chinese water. So is China include the sanctions this time, or sanctions against Russia and sanctions against China altogether?
I will admit that I will owe you now yet another answer. I'll get back to you with something more detailed. I will only just say, to exit myself from this question gracefully, that we want everybody to enforce the sanctions that are against North Korea appropriately and consistently, and not everybody does. And has benefited from sanctions evasions by countries in the region and beyond the region. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Colleen. Thank you very much, John. I had a question on Russia and growing ties between China and Russia. Putin is reportedly visiting China this month, and right before this visit, just last week, we learned that Russian police raided the homes of Falun Gong practitioners in Russia. This is a group persecuted in China, and detained several of them. Does the White House have any reaction to this? And I have a follow-up on time.
I haven't seen the reports about the detention of these individuals. If they're true, certainly that would be concerning to us. But I'd probably refer you to the State Department to speak a little bit more about that than I can. Just again, writ large, we have seen China and Russia try to grow closer together. We believe a big reason for that is, frankly, the United States and putting themselves in positions to either oppose our foreign policy objectives or to try to be an obstacle to them in many, many different ways. So it's concerning to us. The most specific concern that we have right now is the fact that some Chinese companies are providing microelectronics and components so that Mr. Putin can continue his defense industrial base improvements and developments and put weapons in the field that just kill innocent Ukrainians. And again, we've made those concerns clear directly to our Chinese counterparts and at the UN.
Jared?
Yeah, I did want to ask just a clarification first on the King's visit. Is he meeting with any other senior Defense Department, anybody?
Not that I'm aware of.
So this wasn't like a broader bilateral kind of?
No. The president hosted him for lunch. They've done this before in the past.
And secondly, can you give us
I can't, but look, I can't speak to his whole schedule while he's in town, so I'm not aware of any other meetings, but that doesn't mean that he's got something.
Broader bilateral here at the White House? No. And on the pier, the temporary pier, if you could give us an update on that and whether or not like a ceasefire would need to be in place for that to be fully implemented and operational.
A ceasefire doesn't have to be in place for the pier to operate. Now, obviously, it's a whole heck of a lot easier if there's no fighting going on, but it doesn't have to be. In fact, one of the big issues that we are still working out is what the force protection laydown would look like and how not just the people operating the pier, but the material itself can be safe from any attack. As far as I know, and again, you should go to the Pentagon for more detail, essentially the pier itself has been constructed. It is not in place because last week they had some weather issues in the Eastern Med, so they weren't able to put it in place. You should go to the Pentagon for like where it is right now. As I understand it, it's still not being put into place. Then you got to anchor it, and you've got to make sure you build a causeway so you can get to and from it. So there's still a lot of work that has to be done to get it operational, and that would include the force protection laydown. But no, the short answer to your question is you don't have to have a ceasefire in place to use the temporary pier.
Thank you, Admiral.
Thank you, Kareem. Appreciate you. Ooh, appreciate you.
Thank you. Thanks. All right, I do have a couple things at the top. We wanted to get to the Admiral at the beginning. So So tomorrow, the President will deliver remarks during the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum's annual Days of Remembrance ceremony. You can expect the President to make clear that during these sacred days of remembrance, we honor the memory of the 6 million Jews killed in the Holocaust, and we recommit to heeding the lessons of this dark chapter never again. He will speak to the horrors of October 7th, when Hamas unleashed the deadliest day for Jewish people since the Holocaust, and he will speak to how since October 7th, we've seen an alarming rise in anti-Semitism in the U.S., in our cities, our communities, and on our campuses. The President will touch on how his national strategy to counter anti-Semitism is putting the full force of the federal government behind protecting the Jewish community, and that all Americans must stand united against anti-Semitism. He will reaffirm that we respect and protect the fundamental right to free speech, but there is no place on any campus or anywhere for anti-Semitism. There is no place for hate speech or threats of violence against the Jewish people. Next today, as part of the Economic Opportunity Tour, Vice President Harris is traveling to Michigan to announce $100 million in funding and resources for small and medium-sized auto manufacturers and auto workers. The Vice President will also announce actions to expand workforce training and improve job quality in the EV supply chain. For decades, trickle-down economics drove manufacturers overseas. Thanks to the Biden-Harris administration's Investing in America agenda, companies are making historic investments in EV battery supply manufacturing. More than 20 auto and battery plants have been announced after no net new plants opened under the previous administration. Historic contracts secured by the UAW and the Big Three automakers in Detroit, as well as recent organizing victories like Volkswagen in Chattanooga, Tennessee, ensure that these jobs of the future will provide comparable wages, retirement security, and respect at work. These actions build on the Biden-Harris administration's ongoing work to ensure that the workers and businesses that built the auto industry remain community anchors for generations to come. And finally, I want to acknowledge some important news. While the previous administrations oversaw the largest one-year increase in murders ever recorded under this president's leadership, President Biden, violent crime is at a nearly 50-year low. Thanks to the extraordinary efforts of law enforcement and community leaders, Americans are safer from violent crime today than they were a year ago. Violent crime declined across every category in the first quarter of 2024, and murders are down 17%. Let me be clear here, this reduction in crime is no accident. President Biden and his administration are taking historic action to make our communities safer and give our law enforcement officers the tools they need to protect and serve. We are stopping the flow of illegal guns and making the largest ever federal investment in fighting and preventing crime through the American Rescue Plan, which every Republican in Congress voted against. But we can't stop now. Through the Safe America Plan, the President is calling on Congress to invest $37 billion to support law enforcement and crime prevention. Every family deserves to live in a safe community. With that, Songmei.
You had another school, Columbia University, announced this morning that they're canceling commencement ceremonies. I'm wondering if the White House is concerned that the situation on college campuses is not calming down, despite what the President said last week.
So I want to quote what the President said from last week, as you laid that out for me. And here's a quote: "Peaceful protest in America, violent protest is not protected. Peaceful protest is. It's against the law when violence occurs. Destroying property is not a peaceful protest. It's against the law. Vandalism, trespassing, breaking windows, shutting down campuses, forcing the cancellation of classes and graduations. None of this is a peaceful protest." And it is unfortunate that a small group of people went too far and cost their classmates this important event. We've talked about it many times from here. When it comes to commencement day, and when it comes to speaking at commencement events, this is something that the President has done for some time now, and he understands that this is a moment of joy, a moment of celebration, and we feel for them. We feel for each of the graduates, and we're going to continue to reiterate the president's comments and statements and what we've said from this podium to call for protests peacefully, and that's what we're going to continue to do. But we do feel for them. These are graduates who are going to miss out on an incredibly important day of commencement.
Quick follow-up. Does the White House anticipate any issues, or how are you preparing for any potential issues when he delivers the remarks on Morehouse later this month?
So look, I'm not going to get into, I'm not going to speculate on what might happen, might not happen. Obviously, when it comes to any type of, when it comes to events and security, that's something that Secret Service obviously is going to deal with and figure that out on their end. But I'm not going to get into speculate from here. I'm just going to reiterate what I just said about how the president truly enjoys doing commencement speeches. He understands how important, not just for the graduate, but the families and the loved ones that are there to celebrate a really, truly important day. And so that's what we're looking forward to. As you know, the president's also going to go to West Point and honor those who serve to protect our country. And we'll continue to do that, obviously. And so that's what he's going to look forward to, really being there for the graduates and lifting them up in this moment.
Thank you, Corinne. Congressman Ro Khanna said that the president should and will be out visiting these campuses among the protests, amid the protests. Is there any plan for him to get out there and talk to students right now? Okay. And then separately, GW's president has called for Metro Police in D.C. to intervene to dismantle what they've deemed an illegal encampment. And D.C. police have so far refused to respond to that call. It's happening in the president's backyard. Is there any reaction from the White House on what should happen?
So that is something that I'm going to leave to the local law enforcement and the universities. That's for them to figure out, for them to work it through. They know what is happening on the ground, and we've always been very clear about that, and we'll continue to be clear about that. We're going to continue to call for peaceful protest. Dissent cannot lead to disorder, and so going to continue to be very, very clear, as the president has been, as I have been, and so many of us here in this administration has been.
Any idea why D.C. police would not respond to this call?
I would refer you to the D.C. police. That's something for them to speak to.
And then, just lastly, on these reported plans for the U.S. to bring over Palestinian refugees potentially, is there anything you can tell us about where we are in the works with that? And what I know it would depend on coordination with Egypt, which so far has been resistant to cooperate on this. What can you tell us about those plans?
I don't have anything further to announce. I know I was asked this question a couple times last week, just don't have anything else to share.
The speech tomorrow, is it a broad brush speech, or will he get into some of the specifics of the Gaza conflict?
I'm not going to get ahead of the president too much. Obviously, it is a day of remembrance. You know the term. We, as I just stated at the top, never forget or never again. And so certainly the president will talk about that day and how horrific it was for the Jewish Americans, Jewish community. I just don't want to get too far ahead, but obviously it's an important day for not just Jewish Americans, but Americans more broadly.
Thanks, Corinne. Given the key role that Jordan has played over the last several months in the Middle East, especially on humanitarian aid, and the day's developments, there was obviously a lot of news value to the King's visit today. Why didn't we see the President and the King together for a photo op? Why was that close press?
So look, we try to do everything that we can, obviously, to give you all as much access, give the press as much access. It is sometimes the visiting country, they have their own requests, and we try to certainly accommodate their request as well. And so, look, we will try at every turn at every of these events to make sure that there is press access. In this particular instance, it was a private lunch, and we tried to also accommodate the visitors that come here as well.
The King did not want to do anything on camera.
I would leave it up to the King and his team to speak to that, but again, we try to also accommodate the visiting country as well.
And if there's any news from the Israeli side on this, where things stand, should we expect to hear from the President today or this evening on this?
I don't have anything of note or any changes to the President's schedule at this time. Obviously, if there are any changes, you all will be one of the first, if not the first, to know. I just don't have anything at this time. The President was going to speak tomorrow, so stay tuned. Okay, go
Thank you. I just wanted to go again at the speech the president is giving tomorrow. I mean, just given the context in which he's giving it, where there's 34,000 people have died in Gaza. He's going to be talking about never again and a genocide, and he's protested almost everywhere he goes. With that moniker of Genocide Joe, and it's I'm just wondering, how is he going to sort of thread the needle of addressing a genocide that happened quite a while ago, while there are some people who are saying that there's one happening right now that he bears some responsibility for. And I understand that that's not the view of the administration, but it's still a very tricky line to walk. And I'm just wondering if you can share any sort of thought as to whether he may be trying to send a subtle message with this speech at all, or if there's any sort of nod to the broader context in which the speech is being
So I'm going to let the president speak for himself. I gave a broad stroke of the day and how important it's going to be for the president to speak on this day of remembrance, the ceremony. So just going to be really mindful there. On your broader question, look, the president understands that this is an incredibly painful time. And we have said that over and over again, and we understand that. And he also respects the right of all Americans to peacefully protest. And also with the understanding and the knowledge of having those conversations, those sometimes really tough conversations with community leaders. And we have done that on the White House. You've heard from senior White House officials, or you've heard us talk about senior White House officials going across the country, having those conversations with Muslim leaders, Arab leaders, Palestinian leaders in talking through this painful moment. And I would also say that this is why this hostage deal is so important. This is why we continue to work around the clock. This is why Director Burns is there, continuing to meet with partners in the region to try to get to this deal so we can get that all-important humanitarian aid, get that ceasefire that is much needed, and also make sure that we get the hostages home, which also American hostages are part of those hostages, and we need to get them home to their loved ones. So that's what we're going to continue to do. The president will speak for himself tomorrow, so I would say tune in, listen to what he has to say. But we understand how painful this is for many, many communities across this country. Thanks.
Has there been input from any of those communities that you mentioned, like as he's been sort of wrestling with the speech and working on it? Have any of those communities had any input into what he should say or what to?
I can't speak to that question about input from communities, but the president understands how important this moment is. And I would say this is a president that tends to meet the moment when it comes to speeches and remarks like these. He understands what's going on, has his fingers on the pulse as far as what people are feeling. And so just not going to get beyond that, and I would say tune in. Go ahead, Gabe.
Just really quickly, what's your response to Kristi Noem's comments implying that commander should be put down?
Look, when we learned last week, obviously like all of you in her book, that she killed her puppy, you heard me say that was very, very sad. We find her comments from yesterday disturbing. We find them absurd. And here, this is a country that loves dogs, and you have a leader talking about putting dogs down, killing them, and that's a disturbing statement to say. I would say to her is she probably should stop digging herself in a hole. Thanks, everybody.
Where is Commander now?
So Commander, we said this back in the fall. Commander is living with family members.
Where? Delaware?
In Delaware. Yeah, in Delaware. Yes. We said this before. All right. Thanks, everybody. See you tomorrow.
JR, Small Airplane, donated 99 cents through Super Chat.
شباب خلاص انا عارف كل واحد كيف بيحكي شكل بيحكي شكل وهذا بيحكي شكل وهذا بيحكي شكل شايفين السد حتى المحللين زي رياض حليل الصيدون طب صدق الجيش بس. الناس ذمتها واسعه كلهم بيبيعوا شاي. اسماعيل واقف عند الناس. هيا شكرا. وين رايح؟ انا باخدها بس 45 كاريلا 45 كاريلا 50. يا عم شو وصل 10
اسماعيل
اسماعيل يا بشير بشير يا بشير تعال حماده حماده تعال حطيت تمام زياده ايه الله ايه مش بياخدوهم هذول تعال تعال القطر انتم بكره مو تعب قهر ليش يا عم طلعوا بديش يشتري بضاعة بكره طلعوا
Gracias.
امان الله الكمان ليش راح يسووا عم كل اياه وبقولكم انا هنا في رفح عشان يدخلوا العالم زي ما احنا في رفح خلص والله ما تشموا رب عمالة ما مريض اختيار لا البين الصغير انا مستقبل مش صحفي بديش صوتك عشان الكاميرا شغاله وتطلع صوت المره الجايه مو مش بس الشيء وانت قاعد انت والشات كله ايه في حاجه ايه ولا حاجه سلام وانت قاعد والشات كله بالراحه ماشي
أنا هذه تحليلاتي كمصور أو كمواطن. الجيش بالكتان مش حياة هيخش رفح كيلو نص كيلو والله يقول لك أنا إيش؟ أنا دخلت رفح. أنا إيش بس 90% الله هيقف على بوابة الكويتي هيقول طلع اللي يدوها حرامية. مش خير مش طلعوا هيكون مصب قلبهم نقطة عسكرية أنا عزيز كيف صوت كيف جزائرية مكتوب عليها زي اللي عندي. أنا اللي عندي نفسها بس مكتوب عليها زي عند الجزائر. عليها عن
اكيد على صعب وبطني صح خدمتك يخدم الله يا راجل انت بتشحق على الجوال
مين بوزع من الناس ولا
لو يبدو يخطبها بس انا اخليها ايه
كان صار جاب جنبوش داوود لا شاب محترم ومؤدب جدا كان يجينا اخر النهار يخرب بيت يجينا اخر الليل بس هذا احنا قد البني صحافه الشاطر القصص
شو طيب نص على اذا بابا بس اخر
والله كأنك مدمن سكس بس اي صعب واحد زيادة كلمة شنو والله سهل
تعرف كذا مرة ليش المعروض عليه؟
والله كيف
مرة سيارة
اضحك
ايه
انه بكى ممكن يكون على السيد حد الجوال يسأل على كان السوق هذا هو هذا انا فكرته صالح زي ما صالح جاب مراه
والله هذه اتصال والله هذه اتصال
انا تعرف مش كدين رب غير هذا ماشي كدين ايش كده انا ما فاهم عامل كام ولا تنقل مشاكل كلمة المرور كلمة المرور ولك بدي اياك انا ما ربك انا بدي اياك يا راجل ايش مالك ايش فيك شريف بس انا مضاوع عليك راجل يعمل معايا عليك مضاوع
تفضل تفضل
مش مشكلة زين مين بنسوي هناك قاعدين ايش؟ نروح والله لك بف جميل بكره بنجيب الرقم انا غلطان يا ما ابوي بعد مش حكى فيها
يا طالما انا
كلمنا كلمنا
يا طالما انا رايح بتشوف
قلت له مرتك ربطه
بديش اروح انا بديش اروح
خلاص فوق الصبيه بنجيب واحده فاضيه يا بنطلع من الطريق المحدود على الوقت شو اسمع الوقت بخوف الجيل طابين شمل ليش من اخر وقت خلاص بنطلع من الطريق ناخذ نجيب الرقم
قول من الاول ليش الزعل
مش خايف النساء كلها عشان ما تقعش في مشكله. مين اللي بعتك؟ مين اللي بعتك؟ مين اعطاك المليون؟ مين اعطاك المليون؟
يا بتمشي.
مين اعطاك المليون؟ هذا واحد يا عمي قال لي صبر نفسه فيه. وتعرفته كل نفسه بالمليون. لا بقول لي رجع
هاي صاحبك يا بلال.
ولسه بدي انا الصوت. طول اليوم ما عملتوش المليون اللي انت جايب لي. ولا بقول لك ايش فيه؟ قول لي ايش فيه. مليون يا رجل خربان. ايش عملنا له؟ اشتياق خالص انا خلاص 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 من الولد يعني الشيشه الشيشه الله يرضى عليك. عادي خذ اقل من 50. انا من مصاريف الدفع حق الشيء عشان الشعر مصاريف ليه ما تقول ما الدول الله يرضى عليك. راضي خذ كاش هات لي حقهم وخذهم. خلي الواحد طلع عليك طلع عليك. لو انا اللي ايش جاي تغمي ربك علي في المليون اللي بعت ابنك فيه؟ الزلمه اللي بعته قد حاله مسؤول كبير. طب يقول نديل الزلمه مع الباص.
DDD, Dumpster Diving Dragon, donated 99 cents through Super Chat.